Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep within the cavernous halls of Khazad-diem, where shadows danced in the flickering light of ancient lanterns, young Thorin Stoneheart felt the weight of destiny upon his shoulders. The once great dwarven kingdom of Moria, now labyrinth of darkness and despair, echoed with the distant roars of a creature that had haunted his people's nightmares for generations, the Balrog of Morgoth. Thorin's fingers trembled as they traced the intricate runes etched into the crumbling stone walls. He had ventured far from the safety of the upper halls, driven by an insatiable curiosity and a desperate hope to restore his people's former glory. It was in this moment of solitude and contemplation that fate intervened. A sudden tremor shook the very foundations of the mountain, dislodging a hidden panel in the wall before him. As the dust settled, Thorin's eyes widened in wonder. There, nestled in a secret alcove untouched for millennia, lay an ancient tome bound in shimmering mithril and adorned with gems that seemed to pulse with an inner light. With reverence, Thorin lifted the grimoire from its resting place. As he opened its pages, a soft glow emanated from within, illuminating the chamber with an otherworldly radiance. The young dwarf's breath caught in his throat as he deciphered the archaic script. Herein lies the true tale of Durin's Bane, not a demon of shadow and flame, but a guardian twisted by the darkest of magics. Once a protector of these halls, now a prisoner of its own corruption, Thorin's mind reeled at the implications. The Balrog, the terror that had driven his ancestors from their home, was not the evil they had believed it to be. It was a victim, a noble creature warped by an ancient evil beyond comprehension. With trembling hands, Thorin clutched the grimoire to his chest and made a solemn vow. He would uncover the truth, break the curse that bound the Balrog, and restore both the creature and Khazad-diem to their former glory. The journey that lay ahead was fraught with peril. Thorin knew he must descend into the very heart of Moria, navigating treacherous chasms and facing the hordes of ORCs that now infested the once proud dwarven halls. But first, he needed to convince his own people of the truth he had uncovered. Returning to the upper levels, Thorin presented his findings to the Council of Elders. The chamber erupted in chaos as voices raised in disbelief and anger. How could they trust the words of an ancient book over centuries of bitter experience? You would have us risk everything on the ramblings of a long-dead scribe? Bellowed Dian Ironfoot, the eldest of the council. The Balrog is a demon boy. It cannot be reasoned with, cannot be saved. But Thorin stood his ground, his voice ringing clear and true in the vaulted chamber. Our ancestors built wonders beyond imagination, he declared. They forged alliances with elves and men, and created marvels that still echo through the ages. Are we not their descendants? Do we not carry their courage in our hearts? A hush fell over the assembly as Thorin's words sank in. In the silence, a wizened voice spoke up. I remember, said Nori the Wise, his eyes clouded with age but bright with memory. I remember tales of a great guardian that once protected these halls. Perhaps there is truth in the boy's words. With Nori's support, the tide began to turn. Though many remained skeptical, a small band of dwarves volunteered to accompany Thorin on his quest. Among them were Feely Swiftaxe, renowned for her skill with twin blades, and Bofur Streamfinder, whose knowledge of Moria's waterways was unparalleled. As the company prepared for their descent, Thorin pored over the grimoire, searching for clues that might aid their mission. He learned of an ancient artifact, the Heart of the Mountain, said to have the power to purify corruption and restore balance to the land. The journey into the depths of Moria was a harrowing one. The company battled through hordes of ORCs, navigated treacherous chasms, and faced creatures long forgotten by the world above. With each step deeper into the mountain, the air grew hotter, the shadows more menacing. In the chamber of Mizarble, they made a startling discovery. Ancient murals depicted the Balrog not as a creature of terror, but as a majestic being of light and fire, standing guard over the dwarves of old. Thorin's heart swelled with hope and determination. As they neared the lowest levels of Khazad-dûm, they encountered an unexpected ally. Galadriel, an elven woman of ethereal beauty and wisdom, emerged from the shadows. "I have foreseen your coming," she said, her voice like music in the gloom. "The fate of more than just the dwarves hangs in the balance. I offer you my aid." Thorin Stoneheart, with Galadriel's guidance, the company finally reached the cavern where the Balrog dwelled. The heat was overwhelming, the air shimmering with waves of intense heat, and there, wreathed in shadow and flame, stood Durin's Bane. The sight was terrifying beyond measure. Wings of shadow unfurled, horns of flame reached towards the cavern's ceiling. But as Thorin gazed upon the creature, he saw beyond the terrifying visage. In its eyes, he glimpsed a flicker of something unexpected pain and a desperate loneliness that spanned ages. Drawing upon every ounce of courage he possessed, Thorin stepped forward, the grimoire held high. "Great guardian of Khazad-dûm," he called out, his voice echoing through the chamber. "We come not as enemies, but as those who would free you from your torment." The Balrog's roar shook the very foundations of the mountain, but Thorin stood his ground. He began to recite the words of cleansing he had discovered in the grimoire, his voice growing stronger with each syllable. As the ancient words filled the air, a change came over the Balrog. The shadows that cloaked its form began to waver and dissipate. Streams of dark energy poured from its body, coalescing into a writhing mass of pure evil. It was in this moment that Thorin understood the true nature of their foe. The corruption that had twisted the Balrog was a sentient force, a remnant of Morgoth's malice that had festered in the depths of the earth for millennia. The battle that ensued was epic in scale, a clash between light and dark that would be sung of for generations to come. Thorin and his companions fought with all their might, their weapons imbued with the power of Galadriel's magic. The Balrog, caught between its true nature and the corruption that had enslaved it for so long, raged against both its tormentor and its would-be saviors. As the fight reached its climax, Thorin realized that the final key to breaking the curse lay not in violence, but in compassion. With a cry of defiance, he cast aside his weapon and approached the Balrog, arms outstretched. "Remember who you were," he shouted above the din of battle. "Remember the oath you swore to protect these halls and its people. We have not forgotten you, guardian of Khazad-dûm. Come back to us." For a heart-stopping moment, all hung in the balance. Then, with a roar that was part anguish and part triumph, the Balrog shed the last of its corrupted form. The darkness that had enslaved it dissipated like mist before the sun, banished by the combined power of dwarven determination, elven magic, and a courage that defied the ages. In its place stood a being of pure light and flame, majestic beyond words. The true guardian of Khazad-dûm had returned. The aftermath of the battle brought both joy and solemn reflection. The dwarves of Moria, led by Thorin and the redeemed guardian, began the long process of reclaiming their ancient home. The halls that had long echoed with the sounds of ORCs and darker things now rang with the songs and laughter of Durin's folk. Yet Thorin knew that their victory was but the first step on a longer journey. The evil they had faced was a reminder that darkness could take root in the most unexpected places, and that redemption was a path open to all who had the courage to seek it. As he stood upon the peak of Celebdil, gazing out over the lands of Middle-earth, Thorin felt the weight of the future upon his shoulders. But it was a weight he now bore with pride and hope, for in the depths of Khazad-dûm, he had not only reclaimed a kingdom and redeemed a legend, he had forged a new destiny for his people, one built on understanding, compassion, and the unshakable bonds of friendship. And so, as the sun set behind the misty mountain, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, a new chapter in the history of Middle-earth began. The tale of Thorin Stoneheart and the Balrog's redemption would be told for ages to come, a testament to the power of courage, wisdom, and the enduring spirit of all free peoples. Story 2. In the shadows of Moria's vast halls, where ancient stone whispered forgotten secrets, Elindra Moonwhisper crouched behind a crumbling pillar. The elven warrior's breath came in ragged gasps, her silver hair matted with grime and blood. She was the last of her patrol, the others having fallen to the relentless onslaught of ORCs, or worse, the terrifying Balrog that now pursued her through the labyrinthine depths of the dwarven stronghold. The air around her crackled with an oppressive heat, a herald of the demon's approach. Elindra's hand tightened on her moonblade, its gentle glow a stark contrast to the suffocating darkness. She had sworn an oath to warn the outside world of the evil awakening in Moria, but now, cornered and alone, that vow seemed destined to die with her. As the Balrog's roar echoed through the cavernous halls, shaking loose centuries of dust, Elindra steeled herself for a final stand. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. A rough hand clasped over her mouth, and she was yanked backwards into a hidden crevice. Elindra's warrior instincts kicked in, and she prepared to fight, but a harsh whisper stayed her hand. "Quiet, elf, unless you want to be the Balrog's next meal." Elindra's eyes widened as they adjusted to the gloom. Before her stood a group of ORCs, but unlike any she had encountered before. Their eyes held a spark of intelligence, their postures lacking the mindless aggression she had come to expect from their kind. The ORC who had pulled her to safety Asgard, hulking figure with surprisingly gentle eyes, introduced himself as Gorkle. "We're deserters," he explained, his voice a low rumble, "tired of being fodder for a master who cares nothing for us. We seek escape from this cursed place, same as you." Elindra's mind reeled at the absurdity of the situation. An elf and a band of ORC renegades, united by their desire to flee the terror that stalked Moria's depths. It was an alliance born of desperation, but as the Balrog's roars grew closer, she realized it might be her only chance of survival. "Very well," she said, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "Let us escape this darkness together." And so began an unlikely journey through the treacherous underbelly of Khazad-dûm. Elindra, with her keen elven senses and knowledge of ancient lore, complemented the ORC's understanding of Moria's hidden pathways and the creatures that lurked in its shadows. As they navigated through long-abandoned mines and across bottomless chasms, Elindra found herself reassessing everything she thought she knew about ORCs. Gorkle and his band displayed a complexity she had never imagined possible in their kind. They spoke of dreams of a life beyond servitude, of seeing the sun and feeling grass beneath their feet. One night, as they rested in a hidden grotto illuminated by phosphorescent fungi, Gorkle shared the tale of their rebellion. "We were bred for war," he said, his voice tinged with sorrow. "But some of us began to question, to wonder if there could be more to our existence. When we refused to sacrifice our young ones to the Balrog's hunger, we became hunted ourselves." Elindra felt a stirring of compassion she never thought possible for an ORC. "Perhaps," she mused, "there is more that unites us than divides us." Their journey was fraught with peril. They battled cave trolls driven mad by isolation, navigated treacherous underground rivers, and narrowly escaped collapse in mines weakened by centuries of neglect. All the while, the presence of the Balrog loomed over them, its malevolent will seeming to infuse the very stone around them. As they delved deeper into Moria's secrets, Elindra began to suspect that there was more at play than a simple escape. Ancient dwarven runes spoke of a heart of darkness buried in Moria's depths, a source of corruption that had twisted the Balrog from its original purpose. Their path led them to the chamber of Mizarble, where the remains of Balin's doomed expedition still lay. Among the dust and bones, Elindra discovered a hidden compartment containing a map and a cryptic message. "The shadow grows. Durin's Bane is but a puppet. Beware the one who pulls the strings." As Elindra shared her findings with Gorkle and the others, a chilling realization dawned. The Balrog, terrifying as it was, might not be the true enemy. Something far more insidious was at work in Moria, using the demon as a weapon to keep its secret safe. Their escape now took on a greater purpose. They had to warn the outside world not just of the Balrog's awakening, but of the greater threat that lurked in Moria's shadows. The final leg of their journey brought them to the bridge of Diem, a narrow stone arch spanning a bottomless abyss. Freedom lay just beyond, but as they approached, a familiar dread filled the air. The Balrog had found them. It rose from the chasm like a creature of nightmare, wings of shadow and flame unfurling. But as Elindra raised her blade, ready to make her final stand, she noticed something strange. Tendrils of darkness, almost invisible against the Balrog's form, seemed to puppet its movements. In that moment, Elindra understood. The Balrog, for all its terror, was as much a victim as they were. "Gorkle," she shouted above the demon's roar. "The strings. We must cut the strings." The ORC leader nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. As one, Elf and ORC charged forward. Elindra's moonblade flashed, slicing through the dark tendrils, while Gorkle and his band provided a distraction, their crude weapons proving surprisingly effective against the shadow stuff that controlled the Balrog. The battle that ensued was epic in scale, a desperate struggle against a foe that seemed to draw power from the very darkness around them. Elindra and her unlikely allies fought with everything they had, their disparate fighting styles blending into a surprisingly effective whole. As the fight reached its climax, Elindra found herself on the edge of the bridge, the Balrog looming over her. In its eyes, she saw not mindless rage, but a glimmer of something else, a plea for release. With a cry that echoed through the ages, Elindra plunged her moonblade into the heart of the shadow controlling the Balrog. There was a moment of absolute stillness, then a blinding flash of light. When Elindra's vision cleared, the Balrog was gone. In its place stood a being of pure light, its form reminiscent of the mire of old. It bowed to Elindra and her companions, a gesture of gratitude and farewell, before dissolving into motes of light that drifted away on an unfelt breeze. The threat was vanquished, but the mystery deepened. Who or what had been controlling the Balrog, and to what end? As Elindra and her ORC allies emerged from Moria into the light of day, they knew their journey was far from over. They had formed a bond that transcended ancient hatreds, and discovered a threat that could shake the foundations of Middle-earth. Elindra looked at Gorkle, seeing not an ORC, but a friend and ally. "Our paths need not part here," she said, a smile playing on her lips. "I think the world outside could benefit from hearing our tale." Gorkle nodded, his scarred face breaking into a grin. "Aye, Elf, I reckon they could at that. Besides, someone needs to keep you out of trouble." And so, as the sun set behind the misty mountains, casting long shadows across the land, an elf and a band of ORC renegades set out on a new adventure. They carried with them a warning of darkness rising, but also a message of hope that even in the darkest of places, unlikely alliances can form, and that redemption is possible for all who seek it. Their tale would be sung in the halls of elves and whispered around ORC campfires for generations to come, a reminder that sometimes the greatest heroes are those who dare to see beyond ancient prejudices and join hands in the face of a greater evil. As Elindra and her companions disappeared into the gathering twilight, the winds seemed to whisper of change coming to Middle-earth. For in the depths of Moria, an unlikely fellowship had been forged, one that might yet change the course of history. Story 3. In the fading twilight of the Third Age, as the last embers of summer gave way to the chill of autumn, Elindria the Wanderer stood atop the weathered ruins of Amon-Sel. Her silver hair danced in the wind, and her eyes, ancient and wise, gazed across the rolling hills of Eriador. In that moment, a vision seized her, terrible and beautiful in its clarity. She saw the depths of Moria, where shadow and flame slumbered. The Balrog, Durin's Bane, stirred in its ageless sleep. But beyond this terror, a greater darkness loomed, a nameless evil that threatened to engulf all of Middle-earth in an endless night. As the vision faded, Elindria's heart raced with the weight of destiny. She knew then that her centuries of wandering had led to this moment. The Balrog, long considered a scourge, might be the key to salvation. But to awaken such a power, to control it, the very thought sent shivers down her spine. With renewed purpose, Elindria descended from the watchtower. Her staff, Moonfire, glowed softly in the gathering gloom, illuminating a path that would change the fate of Middle-earth forever. Her first stop was Rivendell, the last homely house east of the sea. There, in the halls of Elrond Half-Elven, she shared her vision and her audacious plan. The Council of the Wise convened, and heated debates echoed through the valley for days. "You propose madness." Elindria, Lord Elrond said, his brow furrowed with concern. "To awaken the Balrog is to invite destruction upon us all." But Galadriel, Lady of Elrine, saw deeper. Her eyes met Elindria's, and a silent understanding passed between them. Sometimes, Galadriel said softly, we must embrace the shadow to overcome it. In the end, it was decided. A fellowship would be formed to accompany Elindria on her perilous quest. From Gondor came Eden, a knight of the White Tower, his silver armor gleaming with the pride of his people. Tharwen, an elven archer from the woodland realm, joined with silent grace, her keen eyes ever watchful. Gromley, a dwarf of the Iron Hills, brought his axe and his unwavering courage. The most surprising addition was Whisper, a shapeshifter of unknown origin. Her form shifted like smoke, never quite settling, but her loyalty to Elindria was unquestionable. As they prepared to depart, Elrond presented Elindria with an ancient artifact, the Flame of Anor, a crystal said to hold the power to bind even the mightiest of Mire. "Use it wisely," he warned, "for such power comes at a great cost." Their journey took them through lands both fair and foul. They crossed the misty mountains, battling fierce winter storms and hungry wargs. In the eaves of Fangorn Forest, they sought counsel with Treebird, oldest of the Ents, who spoke of a growing malice in the deep places of the world. As they neared Moria, tensions within the group grew. Eden and Gromley often clashed, their ancestral mistrust bubbling to the surface. Tharwen remained aloof, her thoughts turned to the darkness ahead. And Whisper watched and waited, her true motives as mysterious as her ever-changing form. It was Elindria who held them together, her quiet wisdom and unwavering resolve a beacon in the growing gloom. She spoke of hope when despair threatened to overwhelm them, and of unity when discord arose. At last, they stood before the gates of Moria. The black water of the lake before them was still as glass, reflecting stars that seemed to grow dimmer with each passing moment. Elindria raised Moonfire, and the doors opened with a groan that echoed through the ages. Inside, the darkness was absolute. Their torches seemed feeble against the press of shadow, and the air was thick with the weight of forgotten years. As they delved deeper, they encountered horrors that tested their metal pale, eyeless creatures that shied from their light, and ancient traps set by the dwarves of old. But it was not until they reached the bridge of Khazad Diem that their true trial began. There, in that vast cavern, they felt the first stirrings of the Balrog's awakening. The very air seemed to ignite, and a roar that shook the foundations of the earth erupted from the chasm below. Elindria stepped forward, the flame of Anor pulsing in her hand. "Now," she said, her voice steady despite the trembling of the stone beneath her feet, "we must make our stand." What followed was a battle that would be sung of for ages to come. The Balrog rose from the depths, a creature of shadow and flame, terrible in its majesty. Eden's sword flashed, Tharwen's arrows flew true, and Gromley's axe bit deep into shadow flesh. Whisper danced through the air in 1,000 forms, confounding the demon's attacks. But it was Elindria who stood at the heart of the storm. With Moonfire in one hand and the flame of Anor in the other, she wove a spell of binding, her voice rising in an ancient song of power. As the battle raged, a deeper darkness began to manifest. Tendrils of pure malevolence reached out from the shadows, seeking to corrupt and destroy. In that moment, Elindria understood the true nature of their foe. The Balrog was but a puppet, a weapon wielded by an evil far older and more insidious. With a cry that echoed through the halls of Moria, Elindria shattered the flame of Anor. Its power, released in a blinding flash, enveloped the Balrog. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, light and shadow warred, the fate of Middle-earth hanging in the balance. When the radiance faded, the Balrog stood transformed. The corruption that had enslaved it for millennia was burned away, revealing a being of terrible beauty, a Maya, as it had been in the dawn of time. But the victory was short-lived. The true enemy, the nameless evil that had manipulated events from the shadows, began to manifest. The very stones of Moria groaned in protest as a darkness deeper than night began to coalesce. Elindria turned to her companions, her eyes blazing with determination. "This is why we came," she said. "Not to destroy the Balrog, but to recruit it against a far greater threat." Understanding dawned on their faces. Eden stepped forward, his sword raised in salute. "To the end, then," he said, a grim smile on his face. Tharwan knocked an arrow, her aim unwavering. "For the light," she whispered. Gromley hefted his axe, a gleam in his eye. "Well, lass, you've led us this far. Might as well see it through." Whisper's form solidified for the first time, revealing a being of ethereal beauty. "I have waited an age for this moment," she said, her voice like music. "Let us unmake this evil together." And so, in the depths of Moria, an unlikely alliance was forged. Elf, human, dwarf, shapeshifter, and Balrog stood united against the encroaching darkness. The battle that followed would reshape the very foundations of Middle-earth. As Elindria raised Moonfire, its light merging with the Balrog's flame, she felt a sense of rightness wash over her. This was what her long years of wandering had prepared her for, not to fight against the shadow, but to redeem it, to turn an ancient enemy into an ally against an even greater threat. The caverns of Moria echoed with the clash of powers primordial, as light and shadow warred for the fate of all. And in the heart of that maelstrom, Elindria and her companions stood firm, a beacon of hope in the face of overwhelming darkness. The tale of their struggle would be whispered in the halls of kings and sung by the firesides of simple folk for generations to come. For in that moment, when all seemed lost, they proved that even the deepest shadow could be turned to the service of light, and that redemption was possible even for the most fallen of creatures. As the battle raged on, the future of Middle-earth hung in the balance, waiting to be shaped by the courage of a few and the power of unlikely alliances. Story 4. In the shadow of the misty mountains, where ancient stone whispered secrets of bygone ages, young Thorina Firebeard stood at the threshold of destiny. The last rays of the setting sun caught in her fiery hair, casting a halo around her determined face. Before her loomed the sealed gates of Moria, the once great dwarven kingdom of Khazad-diem, silent and foreboding. Thorina's hand instinctively moved to the pendant around her neck, a shard of mithril, passed down through generations of Durin's folk. As her fingers touched the cool metal, a vision flashed before her eyes, halls of unimaginable grandeur, rivers of molten gold, and at the heart of it all, a creature of shadow and flame. The Balrog of Moria, Durin's Bane, had haunted her dreams since childhood. But unlike the terror that gripped her ancestors, Thorina felt a strange connection to the ancient being. In her visions, she saw not just destruction, but complexity, evolution, and loneliness. With a deep breath, Thorina turned to the ragtag group assembled behind her. "Friends," she said, her voice carrying the weight of her lineage, "today we embark on a journey that will either restore the glory of Khazad-diem or seal its fate forever." Her companions were an unlikely bunch, each drawn to this quest for their own reasons. There was Fjeldir Stoneheart, a grizzled warrior whose axe had tasted Warsi blood in 100 battles. Beside him stood Lyriel Starweaver, an elven loremaster whose curiosity about the dwarven realm outweighed centuries of mistrust between their races. Grimble Colbaird, a master engineer, nervously fiddled with his intricate contraptions, while Zora Shadowstep, a human rogue with a mysterious past, kept to the edges of the group, her eyes ever watchful. As Thorina spoke the ancient words to unseal the gates, a chill wind swept through the valley, carrying with it the musty scent of long-forgotten halls. The doors groaned open, revealing a yawning darkness that seemed to swallow the light. Their descent into Moria was a journey through time itself. Abandoned forges stood silent, their fires long extinguished. Great halls, once filled with the sounds of feasting and laughter, now echoed only with their footsteps. Yet amid the desolation, there were signs of a more recent presence: scratches on walls, disturbed dust, and fleeting shadows that vanished around corners. As they delved deeper, Thorina's visions became more frequent and intense. She saw the Balrog not as the mindless destroyer of legend, but as a being transformed by millennia of isolation. In her mind's eye, she witnessed its evolution, its growing awareness, and its struggle with its own nature. Their first true challenge came in the chamber of Mizarble. As they searched the ancient records for clues, a horde of goblins ambushed them. The battle was fierce, with Fjeldir's axe cleaving through foes, Lyriel's spells illuminating the darkness, and Zora's daggers finding vulnerable spots with uncanny precision. But it was Grimble's ingenious traps that turned the tide, sending the goblins fleeing back into the shadows. In the aftermath, as they tended to their wounds, Thurina made a startling discovery. Among the scattered documents lay a tattered journal, its pages filled with observations of the Balrog. The writer, an unknown dwarf from long ago, had studied the creature from afar, noting changes in its behavior over centuries. "It's not just a mindless beast," Thurina breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's been learning, adapting, perhaps even trying to communicate." This revelation shifted the dynamic of their quest. No longer was it simply about reclaiming Khazad Diem. Now, they faced the monumental task of attempting to understand and possibly communicate with one of the most feared creatures in Middle-earth history. As they pressed on, the very stone around them seemed to pulse with an ancient power. Thurina felt the Balrog's presence growing stronger, a mix of dread and anticipation building in her chest. Her companions, too, were affected. Fjeldir's bravado wavered, replaced by a quiet determination. Lyriel's scholarly detachment gave way to a sense of awe at the living history around them. Grimble's nervous energy focused into intense concentration, while Zora's aloof fod cracked, revealing a vulnerability she'd long hidden. Their path led them to the bridge of Khazad Diem, where legend said Durin's Bane had first appeared. As they stepped onto the narrow stone arch spanning the fathomless chasm, the air grew thick with heat and anticipation. And then it appeared. The Balrog rose from the depths like a living shadow, wreathed in flame and darkness. Its eyes, burning with an inner fire, fixed upon Thurina. For a moment that stretched into eternity, dwarf and demon regarded each other across the gulf of ages. Thurina's companions readied their weapons, prepared to make their final stand. But she raised a hand, staying their attack. With trembling fingers, she grasped her mithril pendant and held it high. "Great One," she called, her voice echoing through the vast chamber. "We come not as enemies, but as seekers of understanding. For too long, our peoples have been locked in conflict. Is there not a better way?" The Balrog's response was not in words, but in images and emotions that flooded Thurina's mind. She saw the ages pass like fleeting shadows, felt the loneliness of centuries spent in darkness, and understood the struggle of a being fighting against its own nature. As the mental connection deepened, Thurina realized the true nature of her quest. The Balrog was not simply a monster to be vanquished, but a key to unlocking the ancient magic that once made Khazad Diem great. It had been a guardian, twisted by Morgoth's influence, but not beyond redemption. With this understanding came a choice that would shape the fate of Khazad Diem and perhaps all of Middle-earth. Thurina could attempt to destroy the Balrog, fulfilling the ancient vendetta of her people, or she could try to heal it, to restore it to its original purpose, and in doing so, reawaken the true spirit of Moria. The chamber fell silent as all eyes turned to Thurina. Her companions, who had followed her into the depths of the earth, now waited to see what path she would choose. In that moment, Thurina Firebeard made a decision that would be sung of in dwarven halls for generations to come. She stepped forward, onto the bridge of Khazad Diem, and began to sing. It was an ancient dwarven melody, a song of creation and rebirth that had not been heard in these halls for an age. As her voice rose, filled with the power of her lineage and the strength of her conviction, something miraculous happened. The mithril shard around her neck began to glow, resonating with her song. Streams of light erupted from it, enveloping the Balrog in a cocoon of radiance. Her companions joined in, their voices blending with hers. Fjeldir's deep baritone spoke of courage and honor. Lyriel's ethereal tones wove elvish words of healing and renewal. Grimble's steady rhythm echoed the heartbeat of the mountain itself, while Zora's haunting melody spoke of redemption and second chances. The chamber filled with their song, a harmony of races and cultures united in a single purpose. And as they sang, the Balrog began to change. The shadows that had cloaked it for millennia began to fall away, revealing a being of light and fire Amaya, as it had been in the dawn of time. As the transformation completed, a wave of power swept through Khazad Diem. Ancient forges roared to life, long dormant enchantments reawakened, and the very stones seemed to sing with joy. Moria, the Black Pit, was becoming Khazad Diem, the Dwarad elf, once more. In the days that followed, as word spread of the miracle in Moria, dwarves from all corners of Middle-earth began to return to their ancient home. They found not a demon-haunted ruin, but a realm reborn, where the wisdom of the ages combined with the innovation of the present. And at the heart of it all stood Thurina Firebeard and her companions, their names forever etched in the annals of dwarven lore. They had come seeking to reclaim a lost kingdom, and had instead forged a new future one where ancient enemies could become allies, and where the darkest of pasts could be redeemed by the light of understanding. As Thurina looked out over the bustling halls of the reborn Khazad Diem, the once Balrog, now guardian of light, at her side, she knew that their adventure was far from over. For in healing the heart of Moria, they had set in motion events that would reshape the face of Middle-earth itself. The echoes of their song would resound through the ages, a testament to the power of compassion, the strength of unity, and the enduring spirit of those who dare to seek understanding in the face of ancient fears. Story 5. In the shadow of the misty mountains, where ancient stone whispered secrets of ages past, the village of Elmbrook once stood proud. Now only smoldering ruins remained, a testament to the fury of the Balrog of Moria. Amidst the ashes and fallen timbers, a lone figure stood, her eyes reflecting the dying embers of her world. This was Lyra, Stormborn, last daughter of Elmbrook, her heart as hard as the mountains that loomed above. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of amber and crimson, Lyra knelt by the remnants of the village square. Her fingers traced the scorched earth, feeling the residual heat of the demon's passing. With each breath, she inhaled the acrid scent of destruction, feeding the flame of vengeance that burned within her soul. Rising to her feet, Lyra cast one final glance at the ruins of her home before turning her back on all she had ever known. The journey that lay ahead was fraught with peril, but Lyra's resolve was unshakable. Armed with her father's sword and her mother's courage, she set forth into the wilds of Middle-earth. Tales of the Balrog's rampage spread like wildfire, and with each passing day, Lyra's determination grew stronger. Months passed, and Lyra's quest led her to the borders of a forgotten realm. Here, in the twilight shadows of an ancient forest, she encountered a figure cloaked in mystery. The stranger, who introduced himself as Thorn Shadowbane, spoke of an order dedicated to hunting creatures of darkness. His words kindled a spark of hope in Lyra's heart, and she found herself drawn into a world she never knew existed. The Order of the Twilight Blade, as Thorn revealed, was a secret society of demon hunters. Hidden from the eyes of the world, they had safeguarded Middle-earth for centuries. Within their hidden sanctuary, carved into the heart of a mountain, Lyra found purpose and kinship. Under the tutelage of Master Eldrin, a wizened elf with eyes that held the wisdom of millennia, she honed her skills and expanded her knowledge. As the seasons changed and years passed, Lyra transformed from a vengeful survivor into a formidable hunter. Her prowess with blade and bow became legendary within the Order, and her unwavering determination inspired even the most seasoned warriors. Yet, despite her growth, the memory of Elmbrook's destruction remained etched in her mind, a constant reminder of her ultimate goal. It was on the eve of her 5th year with the order that destiny called. A scout returned with news that chilled the blood of even the bravest hunters. The Balrog of Moria had awakened once more, its fiery form seen stalking the depths of the ancient dwarven city. The time had come for Lyra to face her nemesis. Armed with the Twilight Blade, a legendary weapon forged to combat the darkest of evils, Lyra prepared for her journey. As she stood at the gates of the sanctuary, Master Eldrin approached, his face grave. "Remember, child," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "not all is as it seems. The Balrog's existence serves a purpose beyond our understanding. Seek the truth before you seek vengeance. Puzzled by his words but unwavering in her resolve, Lyra set forth. The path to Moria was treacherous, winding through forgotten valleys and over treacherous peaks. As she traveled, the land itself seemed to whisper warnings, the wind carrying echoes of ancient battles and long-forgotten truths. At last, the gates of Moria loomed before her, a testament to the skill of the dwarves of old. The once grand entrance now stood as a gaping maw, promising only darkness and danger. Lyra paused, steeling herself for what lay ahead. With a deep breath, she stepped into the shadows, the twilight blade gleaming faintly at her side. The halls of Moria were a labyrinth of darkness and decay. Lyra moved silently through the vast chambers, her senses alert for any sign of her quarry. The air grew thicker as she descended, charged with an otherworldly energy that set her nerves on edge. In the distance, she heard the faint rumble of ancient machinery, a reminder that not all was dead in this forsaken place. As Lyra ventured deeper into the heart of the mountain, she began to notice strange markings on the walls. Ancient runes glowing with a faint blue light told a story she couldn't fully comprehend. Images of great battles, fiery demons, and a shimmering portal danced before her eyes. A sense of unease settled in her stomach as she realized there was more to the Balrog's presence than she had ever imagined. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet trembled. A roar echoed through the cavernous halls, shaking loose centuries of dust and debris. Lyra's heart raced as she realized the moment of confrontation was at hand. Gripping the twilight blade tightly, she pressed forward, following the sound of approaching doom. The chamber she entered was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow. At its center stood the Balrog, a creature of nightmare-made flesh. Flames licked at its massive form, and its eyes burned with an intelligence that Lyra had not expected. For a moment, hunter and hunted regarded each other in silence. Then, with a speed that belied its size, the Balrog attacked. Lyra dodged and weaved, her years of training put to the ultimate test. The twilight blade sang as it clashed with the demon's fiery whip, each blow sending sparks flying. As they battled, Lyra felt a strange connection forming, as if the very fabric of reality was straining around them. In a moment of clarity amidst the chaos, Lyra's eyes fell upon a shimmering distortion behind the Balrog. The air seemed to ripple and twist, revealing glimpses of a world beyond a realm of fire and shadow. Suddenly, Master Eldrin's words echoed in her mind, and the truth of the situation became clear. The Balrog was not just a demon of destruction. It was a guardian, holding back forces that threatened to overwhelm Middle-earth. Its attacks on the surface world were not acts of malice, but desperate attempts to maintain the strength needed to keep the portal sealed. Lyra's heart filled with a mixture of awe and sorrow as she realized the magnitude of the creature's sacrifice. As this realization washed over her, the Balrog paused in its assault. Its eyes, once filled with rage, now held a glimmer of recognition. In that moment, Lyra understood that she faced a choice that would shape the fate of Middle-earth. She could fulfill her vow of vengeance, slaying the Balrog and avenging Elmbrook, but in doing so, she would unleash untold horrors upon the world. Or she could choose a different path, one of understanding and sacrifice. With tears in her eyes, Lyra lowered the twilight blade. "I see you," she whispered, her voice carrying in the cavernous chamber. "I understand the burden you bear." The Balrog regarded her silently, the flames surrounding it dimming slightly. In that moment of connection, Lyra made her decision. She would not destroy the Guardian, but neither could she leave it to face this burden alone. Raising the twilight blade once more, she channeled her own strength into the weapon. The blade began to glow with an intense light, illuminating the chamber in a brilliant display. With a cry that echoed through the halls of Moria, Lyra plunged the twilight blade into the shimmering portal. Energy surged through her body as the blade's magic intertwined with the ancient forces at work. The Balrog roared, not in anger, but in support, adding its own strength to Lyra's effort. The cave shuddered and shook as the portal began to close. Lyra felt her strength waning, but she held firm, determined to see her task through. As the last remnants of the gateway sealed shut, a wave of energy exploded outward, throwing Lyra across the chamber. When the dust settled, Lyra found herself looking up at the Balrog. The creature's form had changed, the flames now a softly glowing ember rather than a raging inferno. It regarded her with what could only be described as gratitude before turning and disappearing into the depths of Moria. Exhausted but filled with a sense of purpose she had never known before, Lyra made her way back to the surface. The world she emerged into seemed brighter somehow, as if a great shadow had been lifted. She knew that her journey was far from over. There were truths to be shared, misconceptions to be corrected, and a new role to embrace as a protector of the delicate balance between worlds. As Lyra looked out over the lands of Middle-earth, she felt a peace she had not known since the fall of Elmbrook. The path ahead was uncertain, but she would face it with courage, wisdom, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest acts of heroism are not in destroying our enemies, but in finding the strength to forge a new path together. Story 6. In the twilight realm of Elendil, where ancient trees whispered secrets to the stars, stood the Tower of Twilight. Its spires reached toward the heavens, a beacon of arcane knowledge and forbidden lore. Within its hallowed halls, Elinder the Exile toiled tirelessly, his silver hair catching the flickering light of enchanted candles. The elven mage's eyes, once as bright as the morning star, now held the haunted look of one who had gazed too long into the abyss. Elinder's exile from the elven realms weighed heavily upon him, a constant reminder of the price of his insatiable curiosity. Yet, in the depths of his isolation, he had stumbled upon a discovery that could change the fate of Middle-earth itself. Ancient scrolls, hidden away in the deepest vaults of the tower, spoke of a method to tame the most fearsome of Morgoth's creations, the Balrog of Moria. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Elinder made his decision. He would embark on a perilous quest to prove his worth and redeem himself in the eyes of his kin. With trembling hands, he penned messages to those who might aid him in this audacious endeavor. Days turned to weeks as Elinder awaited responses. The Tower of Twilight, once a prison of his own making, now buzzed with anticipation. Finally, as the leaves of Elendil began to turn to brilliant shades of amber and crimson, they arrived a motley crew of outcasts and adventurers, each bearing their own burdens and secrets. First came Thorin Stoneheart, a dwarf whose lineage had been struck from the annals of Erebor. His eyes, hard as the gems he once crafted, spoke of a determination born of desperation. Following close behind was Lyra Shadowdancer, a human thief whose nimble fingers and sharp wit had earned her both fortune and infamy in equal measure. Last to arrive, his massive form casting long shadows in the fading light, was Groknik the Outcast. The ORC's green skin was a tapestry of scars and tribal markings, telling a story of battles fought and a life lived on the fringes of society. His presence caused a ripple of unease among the others, ancient prejudices warring with the need for allies in this dangerous quest. Elinder gathered them in the great hall of the tower, the vaulted ceiling lost in shadow above. "I have called you here," he began, his voice carrying the weight of centuries, "because each of you, like me, stands apart from your people. Together, we shall attempt what none have dared to bend the will of the Balrog to serve the cause of good." Skepticism and wonder warred on the faces of his companions as Elinder unveiled his plan. He spoke of ancient rituals, of artifacts long thought lost, and of the delicate balance of power that could tame even the mightiest of demons. As the night wore on, doubt gave way to a fragile hope, and by the time the first light of dawn touched the tower's highest spire, a pact had been forged. Their journey began under the cover of darkness, each step taking them closer to the dreaded halls of Moria. The land itself seemed to resist their passage, as if aware of the magnitude of their quest. Storms lashed at them as they crossed windswept plains, and treacherous ravines opened beneath their feet in the shadow of the misty mountains. Yet, with each obstacle overcome, the unlikely band grew closer. Thorin's expertise guided them through treacherous caverns, while Lyra's quick thinking saved them from more than one patrol of ORCs. Even Groknik, initially viewed with suspicion, proved his worth time and again with his raw strength and surprising knowledge of the dark creatures that roamed the wilds. As they neared Moria, Elinder's excitement grew palpable. His eyes gleamed with an inner fire as he pored over ancient texts by firelight, muttering incantations and tracing arcane symbols in the air. The others watched him with a mixture of awe and unease, wondering if the elven mage's brilliant mind teetered on the edge of madness. Finally, the gates of Moria loomed before them, a yawning maw of darkness that seemed to devour the very light around it. Elinder raised his staff, its crystal tip glowing with an otherworldly light, and spoke words of power that caused the very air to tremble. The gates groaned open, revealing the long-abandoned halls of the dwarven kingdom. As they ventured deeper into the mountain, the air grew thick with the weight of history and the lingering scent of brimstone. Shadows danced at the edge of their vision, and more than once, Lyra's keen ears caught the sound of something massive moving in the darkness ahead. Their path led them to a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness above. At its center stood an ancient altar, its surface carved with runes that pulsed with a faint, sickly light. Elinder's eyes widened in recognition. "This is it," he whispered, his voice filled with reverence and fear. The binding stone of Durin, said to hold power over the very forces of creation. As Elinder began to prepare the ritual, the others took up defensive positions around the chamber. The air grew heavy with tension, each of them acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in the shadows. Thorin's fingers tightened on his axe, while Lyra's eyes darted from shadow to shadow, seeking any sign of movement. Groknek, however, stood transfixed, his eyes locked on a distant corner of the chamber. "Something comes," he growled, his voice barely above a whisper. As if in response to his words, a low rumble shook the ground beneath their feet. From the depths of Moria, it came a creature of shadow and flame, its very presence an affront to the natural order. The Balrog's roar shook loose centuries of dust from the chamber's walls as it advanced, each step leaving smoldering footprints in the stone floor. Elinder's voice rose in a crescendo of arcane syllables, the air around him shimmering with barely contained power. The binding stone pulsed in response, tendrils of energy reaching out toward the approaching demon. For a moment, it seemed as though the elven mage's audacious plan might succeed. But as the Balrog drew near, something changed. The creature's eyes, burning with the fires of creation itself, fixed upon Elinder. In that moment, a truth more terrible than any they had imagined was revealed. The Balrog was no mere beast to be tamed, but a being of primordial power, as essential to the balance of Middle-earth as light and darkness themselves. Elinder's spell faltered, the enormity of his mistake crashing down upon him. The binding stone cracked, releasing a wave of raw energy that sent the companions sprawling. As they struggled to their feet, they found themselves facing not just the Balrog, but a horde of awakened creatures drawn by the release of ancient magics. In the chaos that followed, alliances shifted and truths were revealed. Thorin, driven by the desire to reclaim his people's lost homeland, saw in the Balrog a force that could drive out those who had taken Moria from the dwarves. Lyra, her thief's instincts overwhelmed by the promise of power, reached for the fragments of the binding stone. It was Groknek who surprised them all. The ORC stepped forward, placing himself between his companions and the advancing Balrog. "This not our place," he growled, his voice carrying in wisdom none had expected. "We no belong here. This creature, it part of mountain, part of world. We leave or we die." His words cut through the haze of ambition and fear that had clouded their minds. One by one, they turned away from the temptation of power and toward the path of survival. As they fled through the twisting corridors of Moria, the Balrog's roar echoed behind them, a reminder of the forces they had so foolishly sought to control. They emerged into the light of day, battered and humbled. The quest that had begun with such grand ambitions had taught them all a harsh lesson about the nature of power and the importance of balance in the world. As they parted ways, each carrying the weight of their experiences, they knew that their lives had been forever changed by their encounter in the depths of Moria. Elinder, his pride shattered, but his wisdom greatly increased, returned to his Tower of Twilight. There, he dedicated himself to preserving knowledge rather than seeking to control forces beyond mortal understanding. Thorin and Lyra, their perspectives broadened by their brush with ancient powers, found new purpose in protecting the lands they had once sought to exploit. And Groknuk, the unlikely voice of reason in their ill-fated quest, wandered the wilds of Middle-earth. He carried with him the memory of the Balrog's terrible majesty, a reminder of the fine line between chaos and order that ran through all of creation. In the years that followed, their tale became a whispered legend, a cautionary story of ambition and hubris. And deep in the heart of Moria, the Balrog slumbered once more, an eternal guardian of secrets best left undisturbed. Story 7. In the shadow of the misty mountains, where ancient stone whispered tales of glory and ruin, the dwarven city of Ironhold stood as a testament to the resilience of Durin's folk. Its halls, though diminished from the splendor of ages past, still echoed with the rhythmic clang of hammers on anvils and the low hum of dwarven songs. Yet beneath the surface of daily life, a current of unease ran through the city, for an ancient prophecy loomed large in the minds of its people. In the deepest chamber of Ironhold's archives, where the weight of history pressed heavy upon weathered parchments, the prophecy was inscribed in runes that gleamed with an otherworldly light. When shadow and flame consumed the halls of old, only Durin's true heir can restore the gold. But beware the cost of awakening the mountain's heart, for in calming one beast, another may start. For centuries, the dwarves of Ironhold had searched in vain for the heir spoken of in the prophecy, hoping to reclaim their ancestral home of Moria from the dreaded Balrog. Little did they know that destiny was about to unfold in the most unexpected of places. In the bustling marketplace of Ironhold, a young dwarven woman named Thora Stoneheart wove through the crowd, her arms laden with newly forged tools. Orphaned at a young age, Thora had grown up under the care of the city's blacksmiths, learning their craft with a natural skill that amazed even the most seasoned artisans. Yet despite her talent, she always felt like an outsider, her heart yearning for a purpose beyond the forge. As Thora made her deliveries, a commotion near the city gates caught her attention. A group of elven emissaries had arrived, their fair faces etched with concern. Among them stood Erener, an elven guard whose eyes seemed to hold the weight of future's burden. The leader of the elven delegation spoke urgently with Ironhold's council, his words carrying on the wind. The Balrog stirs once more in Moria. Its rage threatens to spill beyond the ancient halls. We must find Durin's heir before it's too late. Thora felt a strange stirring in her heart at these words, a pull she couldn't explain. As she turned to leave, her eyes met Erener's across the crowded square. A jolt of recognition passed between them, though they had never met before. In that moment, the runes on Thora's pendant, a gift left by her unknown parents, began to glow with a soft blue light. The city erupted into a flurry of activity as word of the prophecy's urgency spread. Dwarven lords argued over ancient lineages, each claiming to be the true heir of Durin. In the midst of the chaos, Thora slipped away, drawn by an inexplicable urge to visit the Hall of Kings, where the statues of her ancestors stood in silent vigil. As she entered the vast chamber, the torches flickered and dimmed. The air grew thick with anticipation. Thora approached the statue of Durin the Deathless, her pendant pulsing with an ever brighter light. When she placed her hand upon the cold stone, a shock ran through her body. Visions flooded her mind of vast halls glittering with mithril, of a fiery demon rising from the depths, and of a crown being placed upon her own brow. Gasping, Thora stumbled back. The truth of her heritage crashed over her like a tidal wave. She was the heir of Durin, hidden away for her own protection, her destiny now revealed. The news spread through Ironhold like wildfire. Many rejoiced at the discovery of the true heir, but others eyed Thora with suspicion and envy. The young dwarf, overwhelmed by the weight of her newfound identity, found an unlikely ally in Erener. The elven guard, driven by prophetic dreams, had come to Ironhold seeking the very heir that Thora had been revealed to be. As preparations for the journey to Moria began, Thora grappled with her fear and doubt. How could she, a simple blacksmith, be expected to face a creature of shadow and flame? Erener, sensing her turmoil, shared his own burdened visions of a future where Thora's choice would shape the fate of Middle-earth. The unlikely pair set out from Ironhold, accompanied by a small band of dwarven warriors and elven archers. Their path took them through treacherous mountain passes and ancient forests, each step bringing them closer to the looming threat of the Balrog. As they traveled, Thora and Erenor grew closer, their initial wariness giving way to a deep bond forged in the face of shared destiny. Erenor taught Thora the ways of elven magic, while she shared with him the secret lore of the dwarves. Together, they began to unravel the true meaning of the prophecy, realizing that there was more to the task ahead than simply defeating a monster. Their journey was not without peril. ORC raiding parties and treacherous mountain storms tested their resolve. Yet with each challenge overcome, Thora felt her confidence grow, the blood of Durin running strong in her veins. Finally, they stood before the gates of Moria. The once grand entrance was now a gaping maw of darkness, the air around it shimmering with heat. Thora's pendant pulsed with an urgent light, responding to the ancient magic that permeated the mountain. As they ventured into the depths of Moria, the grandeur of the ancient dwarven kingdom took their breath away. Vast halls stretched into darkness, their walls glittering with veins of mithril. But signs of the Balrog's presence were everywhere, scorch marks on the stone, the acrid scent of brimstone in the air. Deeper and deeper they went, guided by Thora's instincts and Erenor's visions. The air grew thick and hot, making each breath a struggle. Finally, they reached the heart of the mountain, where the Balrog awaited. The creature was more terrifying than Thora could have imagined, a being of shadow and flame, its very presence an affront to the natural order. As it roared its challenge, Thora felt a surge of power within her. The blood of Durin sang in her veins, and she knew what she had to do. Raising her hand, Thora began to speak in the ancient language of her ancestors. The words came to her unbidden, a litany of power and authority. To everyone's amazement, the Balrog hesitated, its flames dimming slightly. But as Thora continued her incantation, something unexpected happened. The mountain itself began to tremble, and a voice deep and resonant filled the chamber. It was the spirit of Durin, awakened by the presence of his heir. The true nature of the prophecy became clear. It was not the Balrog that needed to be tamed, but the vengeful spirit of Durin himself. In his anger at the loss of Moria, Durin's spirit had become twisted, fueling the Balrog's rage and threatening to destroy all he had once loved. Thora, with Erenor by her side, faced the greatest challenge of her life. She had to find a way to calm the spirit of her ancestor, while also containing the threat of the Balrog. Drawing upon the combined wisdom of dwarves and elves, Thora began a song of healing and remembrance. As her voice echoed through the halls of Moria, a change came over the mountain. The oppressive heat began to dissipate, and the shadows retreated. The Balrog, no longer fueled by Durin's wrath, grew still. In a final climactic moment, Thora's pendant shattered, releasing a burst of pure light. The spirit of Durin appeared before them, no longer a force of vengeance, but a benevolent guardian. With a nod of acknowledgement to his heir, Durin's spirit merged with the mountain itself, becoming one with the realm he had created. The Balrog, now freed from the influence of Durin's wrath, retreated into the depths of the earth, its purpose as a destructor no longer driving its actions. Moria fell silent, the ancient halls awaiting the return of Durin's folk. As Thora and her companions emerged from the mountain, they were met with a world forever changed. The shadow that had long hung over Moria had lifted, and the promise of a new era for dwarves and elves alike shimmered on the horizon. Thora, once a simple blacksmith, now stood as the true heir of Durin, not just by blood, but by the wisdom and compassion she had shown. With Erenor by her side, she faced the future, ready to lead her people into a new age of prosperity and peace. And so, the prophecy was fulfilled, though not in the way anyone had expected. The halls of Moria stood ready to echo once more with the sound of dwarven hammers and elven songs, a testament to the power of understanding and the enduring spirit of Middle-earth's people. Story 8. In the twilight of the Third Age, as the shadows lengthened across Middle-earth, a discovery was made that would shake the foundations of the world. In the hidden vaults of Rivendell, beneath layers of ancient wards and forgotten spells, an elven artificer stumbled upon a relic of unimaginable power and terrible portent, the Palantir of Fanner. As the crystalline sphere pulsed with an inner light, visions flooded the minds of those present. They saw not just the Balrog of Moria, but others of its kind, slumbering in the deep places of the world. The last homely house east of the sea erupted into a flurry of activity, for if these visions spoke true, a threat greater than any since the War of Wrath loomed on the horizon. In the midst of this chaos, a secret council was convened. Representatives from all the free peoples of Middle-earth gathered. Elrond half-elven, wise beyond measure. Galadriel, Lady of Light. C. Arden the Shipwright. D. in Ironfoot, King under the Mountain. And emissaries from Gondor and Rohan. As they debated long into the night, a plan began to take shape, a desperate gambit to prevent the awakening of the Balrogs and the potential destruction of all they held dear. From this council emerged an unlikely group of heroes, chosen for their unique skills and the hands of fate that guided them. Erenor, a human raised by dragons in the far northern wastes, his skin bearing the shimmering scales of his foster parents. His connection to these ancient beings might prove crucial in understanding the Balrogs, themselves corrupted mire. Gorish, an ORC who had rejected the evil of his kind, seeking redemption through acts of valor. His knowledge of the dark places of the world would be invaluable in their quest. Yavanna, a solitary ent, one of the last of her kind. Her deep connection to the earth itself might allow them to sense the stirrings of the ancient evils. Finian Took, a hobbit scholar whose insatiable curiosity had led him to study the darkest legends of Middle-earth. His knowledge, combined with the resilience of his people, made him an essential member of the Fellowship. As dawn broke over Rivendell, the four companions set out on their perilous journey. Their first destination, the Misty Mountains, where whispers spoke of strange tremors and eerie lights in long-abandoned dwarven halls. The trek through the foothills was arduous, but it was in the shadow of the mountains themselves that their mettle was truly tested. A storm of terrible ferocity descended upon them, driving them to seek shelter in a narrow cave. As they huddled around a meager fire, Erenor's keen senses picked up a sound beneath the howling wind, a deep, rhythmic rumbling that seemed to come from the very heart of the mountain. Gorish's eyes widened in recognition. "I've heard tales of this," he growled, his voice barely audible above the storm. "The drums of the deep. They say it heralds the awakening of ancient evils." Yavanna pressed her gnarled hand against the cave wall, her eyes closed in concentration. "The stone trembles with fear," she intoned. "Something stirs in the depths, something that should not be." It was Finian who made the connection, his eyes bright with a mix of excitement and terror. "The Balrog of the Misty Mountains," he whispered. "Not as renowned as Durin's Bane, but no less terrible. We may already be too late." Their fears were confirmed as the cave wall behind them crumbled, revealing a vast network of ancient dwarven tunnels. And in the distance, growing louder with each passing moment, came the sound of heavy footsteps and the crack of a fiery whip. The Fellowship fled deeper into the mountain, their path lit by the eerie glow of phosphorescent fungi and the occasional vein of mithril. Erenor took the lead, his draconic senses guiding them through the labyrinthine passages. Gorish brought up the rear, his Orcish night vision alert for any signs of pursuit. As they ran, Yavanna's voice rose in an ancient song, a melody that seemed to resonate with the very stones around them. The tunnels shifted and changed, opening new paths and collapsing old ones, confounding their pursuer. But even Yavanna's power had its limits. After what seemed like hours of desperate flight, they found themselves in a vast cavern, the remnants of an ancient dwarven city. And there, blocking their path, stood the Balrog. It was a sight to freeze the blood in their veins, a creature of shadow and flame, its eyes burning with malevolent intelligence. As it unfurled its wings, filling the cavern with suffocating heat, the Fellowship prepared for what they were sure would be their final stand. It was then that Erenor stepped forward, his voice ringing out in the language of dragons ancient, powerful, and filled with command. The Balrog hesitated, its fiery whip faltering mid-strike. In that moment of confusion, Finian acted. From his pack, he produced a small object wrapped in cloth. As he unwrapped it, a soft blue light filled the cavern, the light of a Silmaril, thought lost since the First Age. The effect on the Balrog was immediate and startling. It recoiled as if struck, the shadows surrounding it wavering and dispersing. For the first time, the Fellowship saw the creature for what it truly was, a Maya, corrupted and twisted by Morgoth's influence, but not beyond redemption. Gorish, drawing upon courage he never knew he possessed, approached the Balrog. "We were both servants of darkness once," he said, his voice steady despite his fear. "But we can choose a different path." Yavanna's song changed, becoming a melody of healing and renewal. The very stones of the cavern seemed to join in, their resonance filling the air with a harmony not heard since the music of the Aenir. As the song reached its crescendo, the Silmarils' light intensified. The Balrog writhed, caught between its ancient nature and the corruption that had defined it for so long. In a burst of radiance that forced the Fellowship to shield their eyes, the creature's form shifted and changed. When they could see again, they beheld a sight none had witnessed in ages, a Maya in its true form, majestic and terrible in its beauty. It regarded them with eyes that held the wisdom of millennia and the sorrow of long corruption. "You have awakened me from a nightmare without end," it said, its voice like the rumble of distant thunder. "But I fear we have little time for gratitude." My brethren stir, and with them, a darkness that threatens to engulf all. The Maya's words proved prophetic. Even as they made their way out of the mountains, reports reached them of disturbances across Middle-earth. In the depths of Moria, Durin's Bane roused from its slumber. Beneath the lonely mountain, something ancient and terrible clawed its way towards the surface. And in the far east, beyond the Sea of Ron, fires long thought extinguished blazed anew. The Fellowship, now joined by their unlikely ally, raced against time. Their journey took them to the far corners of Middle-earth, from the icy wastes of Forgal to the scorching deserts of Harid. At each site, they faced challenges that tested not just their strength and courage, but their compassion and understanding. For they had learned a crucial truth: the Balrogs were not simply monsters to be defeated, but lost souls in need of redemption. Each encounter was a battle, not just of might, but of will and spirit. In the mines of Moria, they faced Durin's Bane, the most feared of all Balrogs. It was Gorish who reached out to the creature, his own journey from darkness to light serving as a bridge of understanding. Beneath the lonely mountain, Yavanna's connection to the earth proved vital, her songs soothing the rage of a Balrog driven mad by millennia of isolation. And in the east, it was Finian's quick wit and unexpected wisdom that turned the tide, his stories of home and hearth awakening long-buried memories in a Balrog that had forgotten its own origins. With each victory, each redemption, the tide of darkness was pushed back. But the final battle lay ahead, a confrontation with the force behind the Balrog's awakening. In the ruins of Angband, Morgoth's ancient stronghold, they found their answer. A cult of dark sorcerers, led by a figure who claimed descent from the Black Enemy himself, sought to harness the power of the Balrogs to reshape Middle-earth in their image. The battle that followed would be sung of for ages to come. Erenor, channeling the might of dragons. Gorish, his redemption complete as he faced down the evil of his former kin. Yavanna, her power grown to rival that of her namesake among the Valar. Finian, his courage and quick thinking saving them at crucial moments. And the redeemed Maya, facing its former master's legacy with the light of truth. In the end, it was not might of arms that won the day, but the power of choice. As the Silmarils' light filled the ruins of Angband, each being from the mightiest Balrog to the lowliest cultist was given a vision of two paths. One led to continued darkness and destruction, the other to a future of hope and redemption. One by one, they chose. As dawn broke over a Middle-earth forever changed, the Fellowship stood atop the ruins of Angband. The Balrogs, now restored to their original forms as Mire, prepared to depart for the undying lands, there to face judgment for their actions and seek final healing. Erenor, Gorish, Yavanna, and Finian looked out over the lands they had saved, each forever changed by their journey. They had set out to prevent the apocalypse, only to find that the true victory lay not in destruction, but in understanding and redemption. As they turned to go their separate ways, each carrying the Silmarils' light in their hearts, they knew that their tale would be told for generations to come. A story of unlikely heroes, of ancient evils redeemed, and of the power of compassion to overcome even the darkest of shadows. And in the skies above, for those with eyes to see, the stars seemed to shine a little brighter, as if in approval of all that had transpired.